Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome, everyone, both online and here in the hall, to the Verkadefabriek. And since we're here for the first time this week, that can only mean one thing. It is, of course, finals day here at the 56th International Vocal Competition LiedDuo in s-Hertogenbosch. It is the moment we have all been waiting for, although there have been quite a few very special moments this week, I must say. The past couple days, we've had some amazing masterclasses from our esteemed jury just up there, while the 4 finalists have been preparing for this exact moment. It's going to be an amazing afternoon. I'm sure we all know that. We're all very excited. Once all 4 duos have performed, we'll get to talk to them right here in the hall. That's after the break, after all of the duos. So if you'd like to watch that, make sure to stick around, and also for you at home. Without further ado, I'd like to hand it over to IVC General and Artistic Director, the fabulous Andrew Watts. Enjoy the performances.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the finals of the 56th edition of the International Vocal Competition in the category LiedDuo. I welcome all of you here in the hall, and especially those watching at home on our IVC online stream. My name is Andrew Watts, and I am the new General and Artistic Director of the IVC, and it's my pleasure to be your host for this evening's event. Just one little housekeeping rule. At the end of each half, please let the jury leave first, as we have quite a lot of work to do while you can enjoy a drink at the bar or hearing the interviews with our participants. It's been quite the week. Highs and lows. Ups and downs, but we have all been treated to some of the finest music making that has ever been presented by the IVC to you, the people of Den Bosch, and the community of the Netherlands, and those in the wider world at home. We have witnessed world-class artistry from all our participants. To me, and in the eyes of the IVC, all our participants are winners in their own right, simply by being here and sharing their talents with us. And I would like to publicly thank them all for coming and being part of this competition. And I hope that whatever you take away from this experience, that it's filled with joy, admiration for others, and a real sense of future ambition to spread the word about music and song, and the amazing world of the vocal arts that we are all very proud to be a part of. Thank you for coming. My other thanks are to my esteemed colleagues on the jury: Bo Skofus, Sophie Koch, Erilyn Wallen, Stefan Vladar, Nina Gvetadze, Heinz Einsacker. Thank you so much for being here, for being extraordinary human beings, for your hard work in the jury room and your skills throughout the week, for being the nicest, kindest human beings I've been with for quite a long time. And maybe that's how sad my life is, I don't know. For the performances that you have given, the masterclasses that were delivered with such generosity and intelligence will remain with us for a long time to come. Thank you. To our host families and our supporters and volunteers, I cannot thank you enough for all you do for the IVC and for looking after our participants and making them feel comfortable so that they can perform at the highest level. This would not be possible without all of you, and this is one of the things that makes the IVC very unique. Thank you. To my team, Edwin, Leonie, Ariana, Luce, thank you. It's an honor that I count myself lucky enough to be part of this team, and none of what you see here today would have been possible without them, so thank you. The IVC expects the competition participants to focus their sound, to maximize their voices, and in the same way, it's my vision to encourage and enable the IVC to focus all its efforts and use its collective voice to make a real difference to the cultural landscape, both home and abroad. We will position the IVC at the center of local, national, and international arts organizations. It will continue to be a force for good, but it will need all of our collective efforts, every one of us. Globally, arts and culture are in the midst of a huge battle, and all of us who are living and working within this sector are acutely aware that our very existence is threatened. Local and national government have moved priorities away from arts and culture, and as a consequence, all organizations are having to compete for the tiniest share of the ever-decreasing funding pool. Educationally, the arts, culture, and music are being squeezed out of the curriculum, and the uptake of those wanting to study these subjects is falling fast. The IVC will educate a new generation about music and singing. We will establish a network to support teachers and students. We will provide resources for the professionals and local enthusiasts alike. And we will always enable the best singers to progress in their careers with all the energy and drive that the IVC has to offer. The IVC will continue to develop and grow, and our new vision for the coming years draws on a wealth of experience from across the globe. We will engage with the local population at grassroots level. We will nurture the children, inspire the youth, and provide all those with an interest in vocal arts an opportunity to experience it at its highest possible level. We will seek out and present the best singers. We will curate cultured programs that will simply become must-see events in the Netherlands. And we will set out a route by which only others can hope to follow. The IVC is a safe space. Every day, humanity rises up against humanity and tries to destroy itself. Global politics has eroded every part of our community, and society has been hijacked by a small group of wealthy individuals who use it to enrich themselves at the expense of everyone else. We are in turmoil. Music and great art has the power to heal, the power to soothe, and a power greater than any one person. It is a force for good, a language that speaks globally for peace, for love, for kindness within the whole of society and throughout every community. We must go forth into the world with this music in our hearts and minds. Music is a force for good, and it is a force that we must use in all of our lives against this tyranny of humanity. The Dutch philosopher Baruch Spinoza said, "When the action is intrinsically compelling, good music enhances it. When the events are droll or disappointing, good music provides a ray of light." Use that ray of light. Become that ray of light. Use music and art to comfort the pains of community, enrich the world, and bring peace to the nations. It has been my greatest pleasure to host this week of the IVC LiedDuo competition, and I look forward to many, many, many more years here with the IVC, and to watch it grow as we discover, develop, and deliver an IVC for generations to come. I hope that you have a really good afternoon. Thank you for coming, and enjoy the competition.
Verschleppt, verraucht, vergeigt und das Dreimal verachtet. I've Пробуждение весны. Вчера мой кот взглянул на календарь и хвост рукою поднял моментально, потом подрал по лестнице, как стар, и завопил тепло и вакханально. Весенний брак, гражданский брак, спешите, кошки, на чердак. И кактус мой, о чудо из чудес, залитый чаем и кофейной рожей, огромный лазер взял да и воскрес, и с каждым днем прет из земли все гуще. Зеленый шум, я поражен, как много дум наводит он. Уже спадали, смершуюся грязь, ругая, скалывают дворники лихие. Уже ко мне забрел сегодня князь, взял теплый шарф и лыжи беговые. Весна, весна, попью, как борт, и сидит зимний лапорт. Сияет солнышко, ей-богу, ничего, весенняя лазурь сменила дым и копоть, зима уже не щиплет никого, но многим нечего, как и зимою лопать. Деревья ждут, гниет вода, и пьяных больше, чем всегда. Создатель мой, спасибо за весну. Я думал, она не воротится, но дай сбежать в лесную тишину от злобы дня, холеры и старицы. Весенний ветер за дверьми, в кого влюбиться, черт возьми. девчонка, брось, взгляни над краем. Венки из красных зорь плетут. Девчонка, брось, с ним там заграют. Цветы в долине расцветут. Девчонка, брось, с ним там заграют. Цветы в долине расцветут. Тихо спрячешь на вечерках, пойдешь в любви наперебой. Простая русская девчонка, Blasen, das Apfel schächtet sich sieht wie Rosen, die der Wind zerblasen, so umsteht ihr Gesichten glüht. Ein schöner Bursch tritt ihr entgegen, ihr will ihr vollen Zücken an, wie sind sich freudig und verlegen die ungewohnten Schelme an. Er scheint zu fragen, ob das Lächeln etwas schon zurecht gemacht, die heute Nacht in Ofen und Stübchen mein Sturm in Unordnung gebracht. Der Bursche träumt noch von den Küssen, die ihm das süße Kind getauscht. Er steht von Anmut hingeresen, derweil sie um die Ecke rauscht. Ach, wie brenn ich vor Verlangen, Galatea, schönes Kind, dir zu küssen deine Wangen, weil sie so entzückend sind. Wann dir mir widerfahre, Galatea, schönes Kind, dir zu küssen deine Haare, weil sie so verlockend sind. Nimmer wär mir bis ich ende, Galatea, schönes Kind, dir zu küssen deine Hände, weil sie so verlockend sind. Ach, du ahnst nicht, wie ich glühe, Galatea, schönes Kind, dir zu küssen deine Knie, weil sie so verlockend sind. Und was tät ich nicht, du süße Galatea, schönes Kind, dir zu küssen deine Füße, weil sie so verlockend sind. Aber deinen Mund enthülle, Mädchen, meinen Küssen nie, denn in seiner And he came by her cabin to the west of the road, calling. There was a strong love came up in her at that, and she put down her sewing on the table, and mother, she says, there's no luck and no key and no bolt and no door. There's no iron, no stone, nor anything at all will keep me this night from the man I love. And she went out into the moonlight to him. There by the bush where the flies is pretty, beyond the river. And he says to her, you are all of the beauty of the world. Will you come where I go over the waves of the sea? And she says to him, my treasure and my strength, she says, I would follow you on the frozen hills, my feet bleeding. Then they went down into the sea together, and the moon made a track on the sea, and they walked down it. It was like a flame before them. There was no fear at all on her, only a great love, like the love of the old ones, that was stronger than the touch of the fool. She had a little white throat and little cheeks like flowers. And she went down into the sea with a man who wasn't a man at all. She was drowned, of course. It's like he never thought that she wouldn't bear the sea like himself. She was drowned. Pauvre fleur started. This is my song. This is my song. I must tell my family again that they should not sit in the first row when they come listen. This is my stage. These are comfortable shores. This is my voice. This is my voice. Where can they be? First they beg me for tickets, and then they don't even show up. This song is my song. This stage is my stage. My voice, and this way is the way. It ought to be my song, my voice. Oh, that's where they are. That went well. I never managed it at home. But with you all here, oh, don't you know? But that's how it goes. That's how it goes. Ah, these shoes have started pinching. Italian, eternal youth, expressed in color. An Italian. Just sing a little louder. Till yesterday I thought that today I would wake up with somebody else, someone who has someone called Pavarotti, Swarovski, Janet Baker, really flaming. Or Ali Amelie. You hope for a transformation, but stay your old self. How could I ever have thought that these shoes would be comfortable? So you're stuck with me now,
and so am I, by the way.
This song is my song, and this stage is my stage, my voice, my this way is the way it ought to be. I must tell my family again that they should not sit in their first row when they come listen. And my singing blooms. It blooms like the green of Veronese.
Well, the first few duos have come out fingers and voices a-blazing, don't we think? Great first half. Congratulations to both of the first duos that went. I think whatever the jury decides, we can all agree that they should be very, very proud. I have two announcements. The jury are on their way down right now, and I'm actually stalling a little bit because we're going to wait until they're out of the hall before we all get up. They have some very important deliberating to do, so please let them exit the hall before we all do. Second, for our online viewers, we have some pre-recorded interviews that we had throughout the week that were streamed also previously in the week during the intermission so that you can pass the time. Everyone here, of course, grab a drink, settle in. We have 2 more duos to go. It's going to be an even more amazing second half. Actually, I don't know. We're going to see. It's going to be very exciting. We'll see everyone back in 30 minutes. Just take a quick second to wait before the jury gets out. Thank you guys so much. Incoming director Andrew Watts is taking over for outgoing director Ivan van Kalmthout, who's off to Lisbon, Portugal, to be the artistic director of the National Opera Theatre there. The 56th competition is this year, but it's the first time that a non-Dutchman will be at the helm of it all. Coming up, Andrew and Ivan talk about the history of the IVC, its legacy, and what's coming up for it in the future, as well as the beautiful city of s-Hertogenbosch, where it all takes place. Take a look.
Cool, so here we are.
Yes,
here we are on the
we
first day of the 56th edition of the LiedDuo competition. And it's all your vision and your version of it. I come into it on day one as being incredibly excited, kind of nervous. And how do you feel? How was your first one? Because you've done a few of these now.
Well, the first one was still when Annette was there the whole time,
Yeah.
so there was a different kind of feeling. And then you are now really here in charge. And for me, the first impression is that I'm here, but more as a spectator than anything else, which comes good for my new job actually.
Yeah, quite.
And but it was. It's what was always about this competition. I think what immediately strikes, and I hope it strikes you too, that it's a really good atmosphere, and people like to do it. The team likes to do it. The people are coming very enthusiastically. All the people who are the host families and volunteers, they're wonderful. And I think I've been able to, in the 6 years that I've done it, to change a bit of the feeling about how it has another atmosphere also as you see now the new poster. We've tried to move it with the times.
Bring it into 2023.
I think so too. And I know I've seen in your interviews that you're also really wanting to do that now. And I think that's a really wonderful thing to just move things along and try to make it closer to where the public is now.
Yeah, and I also think that the most interesting thing about this is where we are. This city and town, village, whatever one calls it, is so beautiful.
Well, it's a village for UK
it's
people.
It's
a town for the Netherlands.
But it feels, people are very friendly, people talk to each other, people have a real want to see some kind of culture. And I think that the competition brings it to them. I've purposely not heard any of the tapes of the singers or any of the audition already, because I want to go into tomorrow night to hear these voices. I've just heard a young
can already promise you they were really good.
We've done a good job. A baritone rehearsing now, thinking, my goodness, that's a classy instrument. It's so exciting. As a singer myself, go, wow, there's some real singing. And that's, I think, what this competition does. It doesn't, unlike some other competitions, where you feel everything is so well schooled, this gives creativity. The artist is allowed to turn up and just have fun and find
I think it's
joy.
also important that at this moment now we have, for the first time, a prize for female composers, so that the people who have the best female composer interpretation, that is part of it. I think the idea of always having an own piece of music specially created for the singers gives another feeling to it. So that's also been something that we have been going on, and I think it's really good for everybody. And at the moment, we are now walking towards the theatre where we cannot yet
go in,
but at the moment we're in the Statenzaal for the semi-finales, and the Statenzaal is just a wonderful room especially for the LiedDuo.
Yeah,
so I'm very excited about that. And tonight also we have it will be opened by a composer, a female composer, and that's the first time we have a composer in the jury. I think for LiedDuo competition, that's a good thing to have
absolutely
somebody who is a bit more.
But also in the opera competition, you introduced a director, which is a really good thing. Because actually, it's no good just having the singers and the impresarios and the intendants.
No.
Let's find somebody who really understands what we're doing here.
And also people who make a choice who have a decision right.
Exactly.
In things. And so here, it's nice to see for people, that's our new office building. So that's also beautiful. Something I've been proud of to be able to introduce for the competition. For one of the things I can have left, and it's a really beautiful space. We're very happy there.
We are. And behind on the other side is the sort of the new Theater
for the next the opera oratorio competition. The IVC will be back at the spot.
It's a state-of-an-art theatre. It is absolutely. I was lucky enough to see the plans the other day, and it's absolutely extraordinary.
Fantastic.
We're very lucky in this city to have this, really. And how do you feel your what do you feel your legacy will be? I mean, you've sort of mentioned it already. And do you feel that there's things you'd like to have done which you didn't quite get to do?
I think what we've been trying to put up, which was difficult because of the pandemic, was to get a better connection with educational project. But educational projects are not easy. We have now we work together with Huis 73 for this new production Wolf, Leeuw and Zwanen, which I hope will take off and will take vocal classical music to schools.
Yep.
And I think I've made a first move with the snappy operas, but I hope that with November Music that might be able, if that's something you want to keep on doing. And I think that working on education is better, and I think that your idea of being more together with the amateur thing, I think because that's something you really try to do, is going to really make a difference for the IVC.
So, because we have to build an audience as well. so you're amateur. And I've spent a long time working out what is the right word, because amateur for us as professionals sounds a little bit downgraded. So I decided to call them not amateur but enthusiasts. So they have this idea, they have this enthusiasm, they have the same passion we have. I, as a singer, I have the same passion as they have. They love singing, I love singing, and I love listening to singing. So as long as if we break down the barriers and invite people in, I think we then build a sort of audience for the IVC, because what we are still presenting is the greatest music making possible. We discover these singers, we develop them, and deliver them into the world. And I think that's a really good thing to allow the enthusiasts to come in and have a look at what we're actually doing. And for me, it's all a little bit like sushi. Bear with me for a second. It's the fact if you don't know you like sushi, you have to try it and then you decide. So if we show people what is possible vocally, listening to the greatest singing, getting them involved, seeing what it's about, breaking down the barriers, that we don't become this elitist little thing, I think we're going to have a very good time.
I think that's good too.
The Opera House, of course.
Absolutely, that's also what we have. Of course, we have to break down the barriers because we're getting out of the Opera House.
Exactly.
From June of 24, there will be not an Opera House, and that's a big difference. So that will make, but it will also be for a connection with the public. And what I want to say, what you said about the amateurs, the enthusiasts. The IVC has a very close collaboration with things like Stichting Markant.
Yeah.
And so to also make new enthusiasts to be the singers of the future generations of big events together with the IVC, I think is an important thing to do.
Absolutely. And I also think that we just need to be waving the banner for the IVC. From when I first came in 2018, was your first year, was Annette's last year, and here we are. The baton's been passed on, and we're just going to make it happen.
Yeah, and what I do think is that what you've also said in your interview, what's not been realized is that the IVC is really much. There's still work to do to get the IVC to be known like a real quality place.
Exactly. And also, it's partly, as we know, it's partly the politics in the town, in the city, in the country, in the world. They're being squeezed and squeezed and squeezed, and music education is being pushed out of schools. So we have to start from there. In order for the IVC to grow into this big competition, which I think it can be and will be, we need to do all of the other work. And we just need to have people in the town on side. We need the mayor on side, we need the aldermen on side, we need the politicians on side. And they need to value and be proud of what the IVC is doing, which is what we do. We value it and we're very proud of the organisation. And I think that's really important that we keep shouting that until I'm blue in the face.
How is it for a non-Dutchman,
How is it from a non-Dutch?
The first non-Dutch director of the IVC?
Interestingly, I'm learning Dutch on Duolingo at the moment, and my app said this morning, "You've not done any for a day." I don't care if you're going to learn Dutch. It's the app. And so I was on the plane this morning doing a bit of Dutch. It's kind of interesting. I mean, I don't come at it from an administrative education. I'm a performer, an artist, a singer, and I've run companies, but it's always been under my vision, I suppose. So this is sort of what I do. I'm enjoying the Dutch culture. I love Den Bosch. On Saturday, I'm going to see 3 apartments. So get myself a little place here, put a little nest down. I like the people. I find you sit in a bar having a glass of wine or a cup of coffee and someone will come and talk to you, and I'll then talk about the IVC. And we have 3 or 4 ladies I met recently in Den Haag who are coming to see the finals on Sunday because we just happen to sit in the bar together. I know there's often a little bit of worry that I don't quite understand the intricacies of the language, but I have a very good team, I have a very good translating app, and I'll do the hours if I need to do it. It's not, I speak French, German, Italian, Spanish, so
no doubt.
It'll be fine. Come. I'm kind of excited by it. Tonight I make my speech in a little bit of Dutch, so we'll see.
As you can see, it's a very exciting year for the IVC. But first, an exciting competition week. We hope you'll join us tomorrow, October 11th at 7 o'clock for the first day of the semifinals here in s-Hertogenbosch. It promises to be an amazing night of music. See you tomorrow. We have just seen the first duo of the Erlen Wallen Masterclass. Earlier this week, I had the chance to talk to Erlen Wallen about her time on the panel, her life as a performer, as the Renaissance woman of British contemporary music. Erilyn Wallen, here we are again. As a judge on the panel, looking and listening to all these LiedDuos, of course you're a singer, a performer, very much involved in this world yourself. Are you listening as a pianist, as a vocalist, as a lover of music, all three and more? How do you?
Well, you know something, I'm primarily a composer, I have to say that. But in that, being a composer brings you into contact with so many different sorts of performing situations. And that's why I like to perform, because it really helps my composing when I then have to go and compose somebody, understand what they're going through. I think the number one thing for me is communication. So that means a real connection to the text, and everything comes from that. You can always tell if a singer is really inside the words psychologically.
Yes.
And so I know a lot of people say that, but to me that's almost more important than a beautiful sound, where you really engaged with the performer and they're telling you something, and it draws you into the music. That's so important to me. As well as I always feel that an audience, whether they're music specialists or not, do understand about phrasing and how, about how things move if the tempo is right. So a performer that can actually put the audience at their ease, so that so things flow naturally, is also important to me, even if they're nervous.
Sure. Yeah, it's about, I completely agree, the communication and putting an audience at ease, in the sense that, they can sort of forget that they're at a concert in that sense.
Yes.
I understand you have a book coming out very soon.
Yes, I do. In fact, I think about now the book will be back from the printers, but I'm here, so I can't be there to hold it in my hand. The book is called Becoming a Composer, but in it, the very first chapter is about writing a work for cello and piano and working with the performers to make it better. So I wrote it, but in rehearsal, before we go to recording, we really see how we can improve things, the dynamics, with the phrasing, with the tempo, all these things. I feel so strongly that my life in music is a collaboration with all sorts of performers, and through working with them I learn so much about music.
Amazing. And you also have a TV series?
I do.
I understand.
Yes. I made a 3-part series. When I say I made it, I'm co-presenting it with Mylene Klaas, and it's for Sky Arts Television, and 3 one-hour-long episodes about popular works of music. So we talk about Carmen, the Four Seasons, and the Hebrides Overture. But what is really brilliant is that we have performances that captured live, as well as talking to a wide variety of people. But this is a programme is for everyone. It's not patronising in any way. And I genuinely learnt so much in making this programme, because we had to take these works apart and think, why have they remained so popular?
Why are they so popular? So you talk to also audience members and the performers and all this.
Yes, performers and people who've. So, for example, we speak to a gardener about the Four Seasons, and we speak, all sorts of people. Yeah.
So in that same vein, talking about composers and performers and why are they so popular, there are some composers that, they hand over a piece and they sort of take their hands off the wheel and they say, okay, you do what you want with it. There are others that, even though they're maybe dead now, that you can tell they were very particular about what they wanted.
Yes.
How do you think about this, both working with performers or, putting your music out into the world? How do you think about this?
I feel it's so important for the composer to be 100% committed when they're writing that score, to really think about everything, every aspect of it. But to understand that the performer comes from their own lifetime and a tradition of performing, which means they can only add their expertise, and that I listen to them. But I feel if you've written a good piece of music, it should be almost obvious how it should go. But the work should be able to bear different interpretations. So I wrote a piece. My newest piece is a work for two violas, two fantastic viola players, Scott Dickinson and Andrew Berridge, and they both play in Scottish Symphony Orchestra. And I wrote a work for them, and it's quite detailed. But we had a rehearsal, and it's amazing, some tiny little things you think, they would say, what should be this, like that, should be like different ways of doing pizzicato. And then I think, oh yes, let me think about that. We can't wait, but that was a Zoom rehearsal, we can't wait to be together. So sometimes it's the tiny little things that you learn in a rehearsal. You think, then I'll go back, I'll put that into the score.
Yeah. And you can't possibly play all of the instruments to the level that people will eventually play them. So of course.
That's what I like about composing. It's as if you've got to imagine you can play these instruments. So it's really good to be around great performers and think, okay. And then, but I always try and write as if I can play. Of course I can't play. But the fact you don't play sometimes means you bring something new to the instrument.
Yeah.
But when I'm writing a piece of music, something really funny happens. Say if it's for orchestra, I'm writing. And then I know when I'm near the end because I start to see individuals. I imagine people and I see them. It's a strange thing. And once I imagined this piece, this work, and I imagined the hall, but we didn't know where it's going to be performed, but I'd already imagined it. So when it was performed there, I said, yes, I imagined that. I dreamt it. But that to me is a sign that you're connecting with the performers. That's what that's about.
That's amazing. I love that so much. I don't think I can ask a better question that will come up with an answer that's better than that. So thank you again, Erlyn.
Thank you. It's been a delight talking.
It has been. Thank you so much. Good luck for the rest of the finals.
So exciting.
Coming up on Sunday. Very exciting. In case you forgot, the finals are coming up on October 15th at 4 o'clock in the Verkadefabriek in s-Hertogenbosch. We will see you there. Welcome everyone to the gorgeous entrance square of the Noord-Brabant Museum. Once again, the host of the semifinals and concerts of the international vocal competition LiedDuo. Today I get to pick the brain of not only a jury member on this year's panel, not only the artistic director of the Groningen Student LiedDuo competition, and not only the co-artistic director of the International Lied Festival Sechs. On top of all these things, he is also a very much in-demand lead pianist, Hans IJzakkers. Welcome, Hans.
Thank you for this nice introduction.
You're welcome. I mean, it's your resume, so there you go. Thank you for joining me today. I know you're very busy. You had a concert in the Grote Zaal, the large hall of the Concertgebouw last night. And you're about to go into a rehearsal with a couple different rehearsals actually.
Yes, with two singers for the compulsory piece of this competition.
That's nice.
And we're going to rehearse that now.
Yeah, I mean, you do so much with the voice, all of the competitions, the master classes. We've worked together before in that capacity. Have you always been so drawn to working with the voice as a pianist?
Well, not always. Of course, you start learning the piano because you want to play, you like the music. I like Chopin a lot, I like Rachmaninov, all the big solo pieces. I love that repertoire. But somehow I went, my friends already in the conservatory, they were singers. So I got, really, I dived into the lead repertoire already soon. And one of my teachers in Den Haag, Gerard van Blerk, was also a very good lead accompanist.
Okay.
And when he told about how his life was, where he went with his favorite singers, I thought, actually, that's a really nice life. And so it happened.
Amazing. You don't of course only work with young duos. You have a duo, I think I can call it, with Henk Neven.
Yes,
with whom you gave the opening concert in 2021.
Yeah.
You work a lot with established professionals. How do these two perspectives on the music, on the genre, different insights you might get, how do they complement each other?
Well,
or not?
Yeah, I think everything complements each other. Because I think you need a lot of experience. I think that's the basic thing for everything with music, but with lead, because you're talking about texts, already then you need a lot of experience from life, from working with different people, talking about it, getting inspired by other people, by the texts. And I think that helps also for teaching, for performing, but for teaching. Yeah, I need a lot of insight in how people function.
Into the psychology.
Without becoming a psychologist.
Yeah, exactly.
Please, yes.
Yeah, I mean the text is such a special thing with Liszt, with art song, because it is so, you know, some people call it an opera in itself, in these tiny little songs. How do you do that when you come across a new singer, or when you're working with a new singer?
For
example, today.
Like today.
Like today.
Yes, yes. Well, so of course I also look at the text and find what's in it for me, and then you have to see what's in it for your partner. Yeah. So that can already be a discussion. On the other hand, there's a lot already hidden or clear from the music that the composer gave you. So I think you can inspire each other also, not by talking but just playing, but you have to find some colors, some character, and for that again you need the text, also in the piano part, to know what you're maybe expressing in the piano part.
Do you write it also for yourself in the margins, let's say? I've known some pianists who write, like, I don't know, a feeling or something, or an image.
Yes, no, I don't. No, because that doesn't help me.
Okay.
I need to understand, and then I won't forget it anymore.
Sure.
Then I know it's in the text and in the music, and then I cannot unsee or unthink that. So that I don't need to write that.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you're on the panel for this week. As we get into it a little bit, we'll hear, of course, lots of gorgeous singing, lots of gorgeous music, virtuosic playing, all these types of things. But what for you separates, you know, a good pianist and a good singer playing together, and a good duo or a great duo?
Yeah, that's always a big discussion, also in the juries.
Okay.
Because this magic is hard to describe. It's not just happening together. They can be perfectly together and still you don't have the feeling it's a duo. They should really influence each other, next to being together, of course, that's one of the first things. But you know that they exchange ideas on stage, and very gifted with a lot of color in the voice, but also in the piano playing, very refined pedaling, in touch, because so many little details are in Lied that you cannot do in opera, usually, because then you have to sort of go out and be in a large stage. Yeah. And now you have to really say it with sometimes really small things. And if the pianist and the singer can meet each other there and inspire each other, well, you feel immediately that's a good duo.
Yeah, it's tough. I mean, it's the magic.
Yes.
And I can imagine that there are discussions in the jury, like you said, because it is so subjective. Are there ever, like, I don't want to say big disagreements in the jury, but...
No, usually in the end, not. Usually there is one duo or two that are really nailing that.
Sure.
Yes.
Yeah.
We hope that will happen this time too, because you never know. But of course, not always it's that equal, that both singer and pianist have the same level. And sometimes you can have a fantastic singer with maybe a less fantastic pianist, or the other way around. And that's the moment where discussions can come.
Yeah.
Because what's more important? And that can be different for people.
But the magic can still be there, even if it's, the balance is not perfect.
Yes, but then it's even harder.
Yeah.
Because then you still have the objective thing that, but he's maybe less good, but who cares, because there's chemistry between them. And that's the most important. They should tell a story together. And that's for me also the main thing that I want to hear.
Yeah. Does the work that you do in terms of like master classes and just, you know, a sort of nose down to the grindstone with the duos influence how you look at them in a context, in a competition context? Or is that two separate things?
I don't know.
Difficult question.
It's a very difficult question, sorry. I don't know.
Getting into it, Hans. It's in there.
No, because also when I teach, I'm trying to look for a mutual understanding. I think that's always what I'm talking about. Where they can meet each other, how they can understand each other, what they can understand in the text. And so sometimes they have to understand each other,
Yeah.
how they function.
Yeah.
And sometimes they have to talk about what they both think about the text. And then you didn't say anything about you have to be more together
Right.
there or listen to it. Then they will do it because they both understand.
Yeah.
So I'm looking for the same thing.
And sometimes it's about petting the cat on the piano.
Yes, yeah. It has always been a very helpful image for me.
I sometimes remind my pianist about that. I'm like, remember what Hans said?
The piano is such a difficult instrument in the end. The longer you play it, the more you know you have a bunch of keys and that trigger a lot of hammers there and you go boing, boing, boing. And you try to make music to make a singing line. So everything that helps, like the cat or other caressing things or even massaging, I like those expressions.
Well, I hope you're taking notes. Thank you so much, Hans, for joining me. I'll let you get to your rehearsal.
Thank you.
The International Vocal Competition LiedDuo runs from October 10th to the 15th here in s-Hertogenbosch. We would love to see your lovely faces here live, but of course, if it's not possible, we are online on YouTube. Subscribe and make sure you've turned on the bell for the event so that you definitely don't miss anything. Follow us on Instagram. Oh, hello. Follow us on Instagram where there's even more art song content for you guys. And we will see you in the rest of the week.
not sit in the first row when they come listen. This is my stage. These are comfortable shoes. This is my voice. This is my voice. Where can they be? First they beg me for tickets, and then they don't even show up. This song is my song. This stage is my stage. My voice, and this way is the way it ought to be. My song, my voice. Oh, that's where they are. That went well. I never manage it at home. But with you all here, how don't you know? But that's how it goes. That's how it goes. Oh, the shoes have started pinching. I am enough, I can do this. I sing in blues, like the queen or the artist. An Italian, eternal youth, expressed in color. An Italian. No, don't cry now. Just sing a little louder. Till yesterday I thought that today I would wake up as somebody else, someone who cares. Someone called Pavarotti, Horostovsky, Janet Baker, How could I ever have thought that these shoes would be comfortable? So you're stuck with me now, and so am I, by the way. This song is my song, and this stage is my stage. My voice, and this way is the way it ought to be. I must tell my family again that they should not sit in the first row when they come listen. Veronese. And my city blooms. It blooms like the
sleepy little baby. When you wake, you shall have all the pretty little horses. Blacks and bays, dappled and greys, coach and six are little horses. Blacks and bays, dappled and greys, coach and six are little horses. Hush you by, don't you cry. Go to sleepy little baby. When you'll wake, you'll have sweet cake and all the pretty little horses. Brown and a grey and a black and a bay and a coach and six little horses. A black and a grey and a brown and a grey and a coach and six little horses. Hush you by, don't you cry. Oh, you pretty little baby. Go to sleepy little baby. s'aimer toujours et ne s'épouser guère. Il faut faire l'amour sans curé ni notaire. Ceci, messieurs, d'être épouseurs. Ne visez qu'au tirer l'ire, ne visez qu'au tourner l'eau. Ceci, messieurs, d'être épouseurs. Visez qu'au cœur. Cessez, messieurs, d'être épouseurs. Oh là, messieurs, ne visez plus qu'au cœur. Pourquoi se marier quand les femmes, pourquoi se marier quand les femmes des autres ne se font pas prier, pour devenir les nôtres, quand les ardeurs, quand les femmes cherchent nos tirelires, cherchent nos tourelures, cherchent nos cœurs. Il faut s'aimer toujours et ne s'épouser guère. Il faut faire l'amour sans curé ni notaire. Ceci, messieurs, d'être épouseurs. Ceci, messieurs, d'être épouseurs. Cessez, messieurs, d'être épouseurs. Oh là, messieurs, ne visez plus qu'au cœur. träumende Frühlingsnacht. Die Sterne am Himmel blinzelten mild, breit stand der Mond wie ein silbernes Schild, und in den Zweigen rauschte es sacht. Arm in Arm und wie in Träumen, und dufte berauschend weich. Ich küsse den Mond, der Liebe heiß, dicht überhaupt an uns blau und weich, schimmern die Blüten Zypressen und Fledergold, möcht ich zieren dies Buch, ihnen Toten schreien und sagen meine Lieder hinein. O könnt ich die Liebe sagen hinzu. Auf dem Grabe der Liebe wächst Blümlein der Ruh. Da blüht es hervor, da pflückt man es ab. Doch mir blüht's nur, wenn ich selber im Grab, wenn ich selber im Grab. Hier sind nun die Lieder, die einst so wild wie ein Lavastrom, der dem Ätna entquillt, hervorgestürzt aus dem tiefen Gemüt und rings viel blitzende Funken versprüht. Nun liegen sie stumm und totengleich, nun starren sie kalt und nebelbleich. Doch aufs Neue die alte Glut sie belebt, wenn der liebe Geist einst über sie schwebt. Doch aufs Neue die alte Glut sie belebt, wenn der liebe Geist einst über sie schwebt. Und es wird mir im Herzen viel Anlaut, der liebe Geist einst über sie taut. Einst kommt dies Buch in deine Hand, du süßes Lieb, du süßes Lieb im fernen Land. Dann löst sich des Liedes Zauberband, die blassen Buchstaben schauen dich an, sie schauen dir flehend ins schöne Auge. scarlet, blue, and gray. Look out on a summer's day with eyes that know the darkness in my soul, shadows on the hills. Sketch the trees and the daffodils. Catch the breeze and the winter chills in colors on a snowy linen land. Now I understand what you're trying to say to me. How you suffered for your sanity. How you tried to set them free. They would not listen, they did not know how. Perhaps they'll listen now. Die Blauschen sie mit Lust. Die Blauschen sie mit Lust. Rufen, wenn der Tag erwacht, kehre wieder, heilige Nacht. Alle Träume kehret Now I think I know what you're trying to say to me. How you suffered for your sanity, and how you tried to set them free. They would not listen, they not listening still. Perhaps they never will. Aus dem meergrünen Teiche, neben der roten Villa, unter der toten Eiche, scheint der Mond. O ihr dunkles Abbild, durch das Wasser greift, steht und streift einen Ring von seiner Hand. Drei Opale blinken durch die bleichen Steine, schimmern rot und grüne Funken und versinken. Und küsst sie, und seine Augen leuchten wie der meergrüne Grund. Ein Fenster tut sich auf. Aus der roten Villa neben der toten Eiche winkt ihm eine bleiche Frauenhand. Dann quillt Licht, ein selig mildes Licht, es heben Schleier sich von mir wollte seine Harfe und schreitet und singt waldeinwärts und gedämpft. Schlaf
des pucettes d'observature et tirait ton petit téléphone. On regardait des voitures pour son tillon de diamant. Mon Dieu, quelle montagne, il va me croire si longtemps. Et les photos d'un absent suscitent un peu de confiture. La puce n'en avait qu'une, elle le tirait en souriant. Mon Dieu, que c'est la donne, et je vais me recourir des mots. Selon le nom d'une claudelle, la puce fondit dans le vent, et je vis le génie de fond, si souffi au fond dans les murs. Mon Dieu, la chose est seule, mais comment le dira maman? Mon Dieu, la chose est seule, mais comment le dira maman? Plötzlich, da kommt es mir, treuloser Knabe, dass ich die Nacht von dir geträumet habe. Träne auf Träne, dann stürzet hernieder. So kommt der Tag heran. O geh mir wieder. schreiten in goldener Fülle durch seliges Sommerland. Fest liegen uns die Hände, wie ineinander gebannt. Die große Sommersonne hat unsere Herzen erhellt, wir schreiten in goldener Welle. Du seist doch noch so ferne. my way and I wonder. I seek what I cannot get. I get what I do not seek. From my heart comes out and dances the image of my own desire. The gleaming vision flits on. I try to grasp it firmly. It eludes me, it leads me astray. I seek what I cannot get. I get what I do not seek. Sie liebten sich beide, doch keiner fühlt es dem andern gestellt. Sie sahen sich an so feindlich und wollten vor Liebe vergehen. Sie trennten sich endlich und sahen sich nur noch zu weinen im Traum. Sie waren längst gestorben und wussten es selber kaum.
been. Please wait just 1 second before we all get up, because once again, the jury needs to leave the hall before we all make a mad dash for the bar and the cafe. I know you're all hungry. Until the jury comes back, we can only speculate what's going to happen, of course. I'm sure you all have your favorites, and there is one prize that you can also influence, that is the audience prize. You will have gotten the card. Yes, I see you all getting it out. Don't forget to turn it in, otherwise it doesn't mean anything if you don't turn it in, and hopefully your favorite will get the prize. Let's see. The jury's still coming down. I have to think of something else to say. Yes, of course. For the online viewers and also for everyone in the hall, before the jury comes back, it'll be about 60 to 90 minutes, depending on how in agreement they all are. There will be first an interview with Bo Scovus that we recorded earlier this week for the online viewers, and after about 10 minutes, when we get all the things set up, there will be interviews, in here with the 4 finalist duos. So if you'd like to watch that in the hall, go ahead and remain seated. Everyone online, get a cup of tea and get ready for some insight into the duos that we all just saw. Thank you all so much. We'll see you soon. You are released.
Welcome everybody. I hope you're enjoying the second day of the semifinals here at the 56th International Vocal Competition LiedDuo. Today I get the chance to talk to internationally renowned baritone Bo Scovus here with me right now, president of the jury this year. Bo, thank you so much for being here.
Please.
How are you enjoying s-Hertogenbosch so far?
s-Hertogenbosch, yeah, very much. It's a beautiful city, and I haven't been here before. It's the first time I was here. I've been in Amsterdam many times, but it's so different to Amsterdam this year.
Absolutely.
And we just had a fantastic boat trip here.
Yes.
Looking at all the secrets of s-Hertogenbosch, and it was so interesting to see how old the city is and what has all been done here many years ago.
Indeed.
Yeah.
Indeed.
So it was very interesting. I hope it's not the last time I'll come.
Well, you still have almost the whole week to go, so you
true.
can still learn more secrets about s-Hertogenbosch. You have a plethora of operatic repertoire that you've done. You were launched into the world when you started at the Volksoper in Vienna. It's sort of the main thing that you do, but now we're returning to this very intimate form of music, of Lied. And both as a jury member and as a performer, how do you concentrate back down to something so small in comparison?
Well, I do sing a lot of recitals myself also, and I've done that throughout my whole career, because I find that very important to do, because it's musicianship that we don't develop when we do opera, because everybody is told by the conductor who is standing in the front and doing all the stuff that he has to do, and we have to follow him. When you're doing recitals, you do your own music, and you do that with a pianist that you know very well. So you're developing something totally new into this, and for me that's always been very important, because when we have opera, we have all the costumes, we have a setting, we have a director who's telling where we have to go, and we have the conductor who is standing there and screaming at us. And it is sometimes very difficult to get your own musicality out there. Because sometimes you don't agree with the conductor the way he wants it, but you have to follow him, he's the boss. And when we do recitals, you're the boss yourself, and that is very, very important, I find.
Would you say it's harder in that sense?
It is, of course, much harder. It's much harder because you have to take the leadingship, and you have to lead, and you have to show the pianist what you want to do, and it is also, of course, a totally another thing, because in the opera you have everything surrounded by settings, costumes, and big things. Here there's only you and nothing in a dark suit or whatever you have on, and there's only you and the audience, and you have to capture the audience, which is very, very very, very difficult sometimes because people are not used to only using one sense anymore. You know, we are with the mobile phones, and we are, and if something in the television is boring and that you don't have 10 cuts per second, then you just switch to another channel.
You switch to the internet on your other
exactly.
device.
And this is what you can't do there. You have to force people back to use only one sense and just listening, and that's very hard.
Yeah. How do you try to do that yourself in your performing? You're doing Winterreise, like the cycle of Lied. How do you go about doing that?
You know, I started singing Winterreise when I was 50 because I didn't find any connection with it before. I've heard it many times, of course, performed in concert by young singers, and it did never say me anything. And I think to sing that cycle, you have to have experienced life, and you have to have been through some crisis and everything. Otherwise, you cannot. Then it's just, you know, beautiful singing, and that's boring. It has to be with soul, and if there's no soul in it, then for me it's nothing. Yeah.
I love that you say that. If it's just beautiful singing, it's boring. I think we forget that it's not just about technique all the time. You know, it's communication.
Absolutely not. It's technique. It's very, very important because it should be behind everything what you're doing, and only with the technique you can do whatever you want to express. But it is with soul and thoughts has to be connected also.
So you said you started working on Winterreise when you were 50. Did you also start working on it with Stefan Vladat, who you'll be performing with?
Yeah. We worked on it together because none of us have done it before, and I think that's also very important. You know, if you come as a singer who has not done it before to a pianist who have played it 200 times, then it's going to be his interpretation and not your own. And we worked on this together, so we said, okay, let's try it like this, let's try it like this, and you know, and I think our Winterreise is probably, it's Winterreise, but it's probably different than many others would do it, because I came to the cycle just to say also there's 24 songs, you know, they're all quite sad, all of them. But if you start with the first one and you're full of self-pittiness with the first song, where do the other 23 go?
Where do you go, exactly?
So there has to be some anger, and there has to be a lot of things in it that he can't understand. Why did that lady? Why did she leave? Why was she leaving me? Why? And you know, I think a lot of people think like that. So we just have to get it into our normal life and not say, oh, this is a cycle that, you know, like many years ago. No, it's today. It's exactly the same feeling that people are having today.
I fully agree. So you're president of the jury, but you've never participated in a competition yourself, is that correct?
That is actually true. I never did it. It was not necessary for me. I mean, times have changed totally. Times have changed, I have to say. But it's 35 years ago since I started singing. And it was much easier. There was not the opening to the east at that point. The wall was still down. So there was not that competition. And it was much easier to get an audition, you know, for an opera theater, and get an audition for an orchestra or something like that. It was much more easy. Now it's really a fight for the young singers, and I'm happy I don't have to start now, I must say. It's really, it's tough. It's very tough. There's so many, and also the whole business, the whole opera business and the whole concert business has changed a lot. Now, when I started, I was lucky that I still had directors in the opera house who were protecting one, you know, that if they were trying to guide you in the right way, what you should sing and how you should sing it. And now, you know, if somebody says no, then it's just out and the next one is in line. So there's no protection anymore in the houses.
Did you also have a manager who was helping you navigate that? Or
yes, I had a very good management at that point, and I'm still with the same management. I think I'm one of the only one being 35 years with the same management. So yeah, that is that worked. But now, I mean, I'm teaching a lot now also. I'm really trying to help the young singers also to get the right way and also get the right technical way into. It's very easy to get into a theater if you say, okay, I sing Salome. Everybody wants a very young Salome and don't think about that. If you sing that, your voice is ruined.
Yeah.
So
you have to be very careful also with choices. I mean,
absolutely, you really have to go your way slowly in the lyric repertoire, and then.
Do you think that singing Lied and going back and forth between Lied, since it's such a smaller, not that you necessarily use your voice differently, but also kind of in a way you do, it's just less demanding. Do you think that helps, the stamina?
It is actually, I think it's much more difficult to sing Lied. I mean, big opera singers who just sing loud all the time, I don't want to listen to them singing Lied song. That's, So, I used to, I'm using it to as a control point to sing recitals, to see if I've done something wrong to the voice when I'm singing big stuff, like Arabella or Wozzeck or Dr. Schön or whatever, to see if it's still possible. If it's still possible to sing, let's say Winterreise or Schöne Müllerin or even Dichterliebe, if it's possible to sing that, then you've done it right.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Bo. This has been very, very nice, very insightful. I appreciate so much that you took the time to talk to me today. Catch Bo's performance together with pianist Stefan Vladar, October 14th at 8:15 right here on the YouTube channel. You can set an event reminder right now so you definitely don't miss it. We can't wait to see you there. Schubert, Winterreise. It's going to be great.
Welcome back to the grote zaal of the Verkadefabriek here in s-Hertogenbosch. As promised, all of the 4 finalist duos have performed, and now we get a chance to talk to them. First up, mezzo-soprano Annabelle Kennedy and pianist Anna Manastirianu. Welcome.
Thank you.
We have too many Annas on stage. It's a little confusing. Girl power. Oh my God, you are one of 2 duos in the competition that are solely female. How did you decide to start working together?
We met at the RCM, the Royal College of Music in London, about 5 years ago, and we've been working together ever since. And yeah, we've done lots of competitions in the UK together, but this one is the first one abroad, so it's really exciting.
Is it the LiedDuo or the Lied bachelor, master?
Yes, we were doing a bachelor.
Yeah, at the time. And then, we've carried on, really. We were just doing internal things at the Royal College for a long time and broadened our horizons, and now we're here. So,
is this your first competition together?
Not together, but abroad, yeah.
Oh, sure. And how are you enjoing lovely Holland?
We love it. It's a really nice pace of life here compared to London. It's been lovely, and our host family been great, showing us around, and it's been a really lovely experience.
Oh, awesome. Have you had a lot of time to look around since the course?
Not a lot. We tried to focus.
Trying to practice a lot.
Right.
But we walked a bit around the center. And
wonderful. Yeah, I mean, it was quite an ambitious program. You sung wonderfully, you played wonderfully. There was one piece for me that really stood out, also as a mezzo, of course, and then I'm like, oh, that's really fun. The Rebecca Clark, The Seal Man. Can you tell us a little bit more about that piece? How did you find it? How do you tell us about it?
I mean, Rebecca Clark is someone that's definitely becoming more prevalent within the song repertoire, and I think her repertoire is performed a lot now in the UK, but I'm not sure abroad. So we've been singing this song for a while together, but it's been interesting to come back to it after a lot of time. Sure. But it's just a great piece because it's such a story. It gives me complete theatrical freedom, and it also creates an amazing musical world for Anna. And so together, it's great. And we'll try and capture the audience as much as we can, which I think we managed to do. So, it's a really special piece.
Yeah, it has such a great, almost informality to it with how she says, well, she drowned, of course.
Yeah.
That was so, I was like, this is the coolest piece ever. So what, is that one of your favorite pieces to perform? Is these new discoveries, as it were, or do you like the old favorites, the classics kind of thing?
This program that we did for the final was actually a big mixture. There was a lot of new repertoire for us. So the quick turnaround between the semi-final and the final was like we were practicing the whole time. But it was definitely a mixture of both, because the Mahler and the Clark are old favorites. Yeah. And then, like the Schubert, most of the German actually earlier on in the program was all new. So it was really fun. It felt fresh, which is nice. Raw. You kind of just go with it and see what happens.
Yeah,
but
that balance of like, oh, it's new and fresh, but also, okay, do
Scary.
I remember the words?
But I think I remembered all the words, so that's great.
Yeah, you did a great job. You guys did an awesome job. Thank you so much for your performance.
Thank
you.
you.
Should be really, really proud. And thank you for talking to me as well.
No worries. Thank you very much.
Next duo up.
Yeah.
We'll see who the next victims are.
Thank you.
Giacomo, Yongsoo, you want to come? Marie and Yongsoo, come. Yeah, see, it's fun. It's fun. Welcome, you guys.
Hello.
Hi.
Hello.
Bravo, both of you. You were the last duo to go.
We did it.
You did it. Very well done. Were you nervous to go last? Would you have much preferred to go first, or how did that feel?
Yes, we were so nervous because we had to wait so long time.
So long.
Yeah,
Felt like an eternity. Yeah.
but after the first piece, we could fully concentrate.
Yeah.
Right. It's just that first sort of like, and then you're in it. Yeah. And if I understand it correctly, this is your first competition together,
First competition,
right?
yeah.
You've only been playing together for
just a year.
Just a year.
Yeah. How does it feel to already be, in
So
the
nice.
finals?
Yeah.
Crazy, actually.
It's really important and big challenge for me because I studied a lead and or something to accompaniment as since 1 year, and then before that I was in the military, and then also I studied only the piano solo, but it was so nice to have a chance to learn studying lead. And also with good singers.
Yeah, because I can imagine that's a completely different world, right? The concert pianist to lead accompanying, that's or lead duo. It's how. Can you tell us something about that? I mean, was that difficult?
Yeah, I mean, concert pianist is actually also very difficult, but it's very
in a different
alone.
way.
You know, it's how can I say that? Einsam.
It's
lonely. Lonely, and that's why I'm very exciting to play with singer, and then also with some
instruments.
Chamber music or something like that.
Yeah. And of course, there's that added layer of the text. Like, do you guys talk about? I'm sure you guys talk about it, but how do you guys go about? Really bringing it together, the poems together. How does that look for you guys?
I think we always talk about what the piece means and what the characters in the piece feel and think. And then I think you can see that in my acting and hear it in his coloring, I think. And then, of course, he has to, and me too, if I'm singing in a foreign language, translate everything and check if we really understand our shit.
You sang Veronees is green in Dutch, so I guess Veronees is groen.
Groen, yeah.
How was that? So it was one of the few that did. You're a German speaker, native, I assume. Is that quite different, the Dutch versus the German? How do you experience that?
I initially thought it would be so easy, and then I was like, well, but I had a neighbor in Berlin who's a football teacher, and he's Dutch, so he kind of coached me.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah.
That's lucky. Yeah. Do you wish you'd done it in English?
I don't know. No, I think I'm proud of it. Yeah.
You should be.
Yeah.
No, it was really nice. It was really nice. Yeah, Dutch is like, of course I'm a singer as well. You think German, it's hard, but then you move on to Dutch and you're like, what is this?
Yeah.
What am I doing? I don't understand. Is there something you guys want to reach as a duo? Do you guys have now, big plans after reaching the finals?
we will continuing to get better to be a lead duo.
We have one more year to
You're
study.
still studying,
Yeah.
right? Exactly.
And then also many other competitions to participate. Or
And we want to record a little CD,
record,
maybe.
Oh, cute.
Yeah.
What kind of repertoire do you want to have in that?
We shall see.
Yeah.
Oh, it's just,
We don't know yet. It's just a dream. Yeah.
Okay. Well, we're looking forward to that already, honestly. Yeah. Thank you guys so much.
Thank you.
This was
you.
wonderful to talk to you guys. Best of luck. Fingers crossed.
Thank you.
And let's get the next one. Pressure's off now on the stage. It's just some silly questions. Hi guys,
Hi.
nice to see you.
Nice to see you
How are you
too.
doing? How are you feeling?
Good.
Tired?
Ready to go home.
Yeah.
Oh,
Your hair looks fabulous, Jacobo. We had a little on the
Thanks to the-
Instagram. I had a little video of you getting your hair done. Tell me about this piece that you guys arranged. Well, you arranged, Jongsun, right?
Yeah.
Tell me about how that came about.
I was finding the introduction of Nacht und Träume really difficult because I was being too precious about it, and I was just putting too much pressure on myself.
We do that a lot, don't we?
Yeah, we do.
Yeah.
Especially for pieces that are so famous like that one. And then I think I went to a masterclass of, I think it was Susan Manoff, who was like, "Oh, just play like a pop song."
Oh.
And then I tried it when I got back, and it worked because I wasn't tense and I wasn't being too careful.
Yeah.
And then around that time, I also went to a recital of Christopher Glynn and Robin Trichler. And Christopher did an introduction to Moon River, but he started with Andin Mont. And then...
Oh, wow.
So I was like, and so I got inspiration from that and then tried it myself.
Yeah, I mean, it worked really well. It was really cool. And you could tell that the audience really was like, this is cool. I like this.
Yeah.
You started with Veronese's Green before the what's it called, intermission, and then came back and did your full program. Did that sort of take the edge off? Was that nice, or would you have preferred like just to dive in and do it straight away?
No, I think it was really nice like this, because it's a piece that it's really nice to loosen up and
Good icebreaker.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It's also like with pieces that are new somehow, they are not so set expectations, and so it's
good to
easier.
make them laugh.
Yeah, it's easier to try things out.
Yeah, and it's such a theatrical piece as well. Like, it really gives you the chance to put your own spin on it, which you did. Like, let's be honest. Oh my goodness, I thought that was so great. I was like, yes, now I get it. Yes, cool. You guys also just won second in the Schubert-Wettbewerb, right?
Exactly.
Was it the same program that you guys had for or close to it?
No, there was not one song overlapping.
Not a single one.
That's my fault, sorry.
Yeah.
That's not stressful at all.
No.
Poor Jackie.
No, but we are glad that somehow we managed to...
It worked out.
Yeah, and somehow I memorized almost every word.
And now we have 45 songs under our belt. So
Yeah, now you have such a great repertoire to work from. Yeah, how did you go about picking the program? You said it was your fault that it's not the same.
Well, it's my hobby actually. I
Programming?
I love it so much.
Yeah.
A bit too much, maybe.
Bit too much, yeah. Like, I can have ideas, but they mostly should stay with me.
And then I send him like playlists at like 3
Yeah.
a.m. being like, what do you think of this one?
Yeah. Can you please,
Sorry.
listen to this.
Sounds like she makes your life quite difficult.
Yeah, no, but it's great. Like, it's fun, but...
Yeah. How do you guys, get the chance to work together? Because I understand you moved to Copenhagen.
Yeah, I mean, before I lived in Berlin and she still lived in London, so...
Oh, right, yes, of course.
We always be, like, 1 month in London, 1 month in whatever place I'm at the moment.
You come for a month to
No,
LA?
sorry, once a month. Yeah.
Once a month.
Yeah.
Oh, I was
every
gonna
month.
say.
Yeah.
Once a
We can do a
month.
whole month.
Yeah.
I mean, that's kind of nice. You can really get into stuff, and like that's why
Yeah.
you're there. So then it's a really intense process.
Yeah.
So what's next for you guys?
Beer.
Holidays.
I think that's a hint. Thank you for joining me, you guys. Thank you so much for talking to me. We have one more duo to go. Daria and Mark. Our final duo, but our first duo of the evening.
Yeah.
Bravo, you guys.
Thank you.
Very, very beautiful. It was stunning work, and the dress. Oh my goodness, it is so beautiful. You look stunning.
Thank you.
How was it to go first?
That's okay.
Break the ice, yeah.
Well, that's nothing. That's no difference, I think. Go first or go.
Fair
the
enough.
last.
Just the nerves are still there. You're
No, we
It was okay.
felt comfortable. Yeah.
Good, good.
was
Yeah, it came
first
across.
and-
You seemed very
Yeah.
relaxed. It was
There
very
was
nice.
a little crowdy, but in the hall.
In the hall. Oh,
Yes.
yeah. We had a lot of people
Maybe,
standing up there at first.
This was a problem, but
So we were first in the Staatssaal, in the other hall for the semifinals, and now we're here in the Verkadefabriek.
yeah.
A different piano, if I understand,
But still very good.
but still great. Fazioli. Which place did you prefer? Acoustics.
I think we'd love to play in
The Staatssaal.
yeah,
You
Staatssaal
too,
in the
Daria.
museum. Yeah.
Yeah.
That was very comfortable, maybe.
Yeah. It's definitely
Cozy.
it's very atmospheric
Yes.
hall
Yeah.
for sure.
Yes.
Very beautiful, very beautiful. Are the acoustics much different?
Yes, I think yes. There was better acoustic
For you too.
Yeah.
for us.
For you too. That extra challenge during the
Yes,
finals.
but that's
is what-
okay. We
Yeah.
need to.
You're here to show what you've got and to show what you can do.
Yeah.
Absolutely. What is for you the most difficult language to perform, Daria? Of course, that's a question for you.
In German.
In German?
Yeah.
How come? Is it very different from the Russian?
It's quite different.
It's quite
yeah,
different.
But
I mean,
in French
everything
too, so,
is
yeah.
really.
But I like this language.
The German.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a great. You can get. It has all these great consonants and things that you can get into. Absolutely. Yeah. It's hard when you first start out with it, and then then you can start playing with it. Absolutely. So these past 2 days of preparation.
Yeah.
Were they very stressful? Were you just excited and wanted to go?
No, we just walked. I think not stressed.
Not stressed.
Yes.
You were just ready.
Yeah.
You were just
We've
ready.
been stressed a little bit tomorrow. Oh no, today in the morning. So.
Yeah, for sure. I'm sure. How did you guys hear about the competition?
We just from the internet, and
From
we
the-
have a teacher who won a prize there many years ago.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
What's the name?
Rosanna
Maybe-
Liszt.
Okay, well maybe the people
This-
online will
yes,
be able to
yes.
remember or
This is our
look it up.
teacher.
Oh, that's wonderful.
Yeah.
Oh, great. And she must be very proud.
I think it was in 1978.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Yeah, I mean the IVC has been going for almost 70 years, so it's definitely that's amazing. Well, good for you guys for also being hopefully one of the winners. I really enjoyed this piece, Where Art Thou? By the Joseph Ascher. Ascher, yeah. Can you tell me a little bit more about this piece? How did you find it, decide to put it in your program?
We just tried to find something Dutch, from Dutch composer, by Dutch composer. And the piece that we can, the music sheets we can find. So there is a lot of music sheets we can't find in the internet.
Yeah.
So we found this little piece, and we thought that there is nice romance.
Yeah, absolutely.
Something Schubert. It's like Schubert a little bit.
Yes, it had quite a sort of romantic
that style.
Yeah, at first I saw it, I thought, oh, that's going to be something more modern, maybe. I also didn't know the composer, but it was very, you're right.
He lived in the 19th century.
Yeah,
so.
yeah. Well, great. Thank you guys so much for taking the time to talk to me. Stunning, beautiful. Tell me where you got the dress. It's so pretty. Enjoy the little break before the jury comes back, and fingers crossed.
Yes.
Thank you guys. Thank you guys so much. Microphone somewhere. We'll have another interview that was filmed previously this week, and we'll be back with the results of the 56th International Vocal Competition LiedDuo when the jury returns. Looking and listening to all these LiedDuos, of course you're a singer, a performer, very much involved in this world yourself. Are you listening as a pianist, as a vocalist, as a lover of music, all three and more? How do you...
Well, you know something, I'm primarily a composer, I have to say that. But in that, being a composer brings you into contact with so many different sorts of performing situations. And that's why I like to perform, because it really helps my composing when I then have to go and compose something, understand what they're going through. The number one thing for me is communication. So that means a real connection to the text. And everything, like, you always tell the singer is really inside the words psychologically.
Yes.
And so I know a lot of people say that, but to me that's almost more important than a beautiful sound, where you really engage with the performer and the text.
Class. Earlier this week, I had the chance to talk to Erilyn Wallen about her time on the panel, her life as a performer, as the Renaissance woman of British contemporary music. Erilyn Wallen, here we are again. As a judge on the panel, looking and listening to all these LiedDuos, of course you're a singer, a performer, very much involved in this world yourself. Are you listening as a pianist, as a vocalist, as a lover of music, all three and more? How do you...
Well, you know something, I'm primarily a composer, I have to say that. But in that, being a composer brings you into contact with so many different sorts of performing situations. And that's why I like to perform, because it really helps my composing when I then have to go and compose somebody, understand what they're going through. I think the number one thing for me is communication. So that means a real connection to the text, and everything comes from that. You can always tell if a singer is really inside the words psychologically.
Yes.
And so I know a lot of people say that, but to me that's almost more important than a beautiful sound, where you really engaged with the performer and they're telling you something, and it draws you into the music. That's so important to me. As well as I always feel that an audience, whether they're music specialists or not, do understand about phrasing and how about how things move, if the tempo is right. So a performer that can actually put the audience at their ease so that so things flow naturally is also important to me, even if they're nervous.
Sure. Yeah, it's about, I completely agree, the communication and putting an audience at ease in the sense that, they can sort of forget that they're at a concert in that sense.
Yes.
I understand you have a book coming out very soon.
Yes, I do. In fact, I think about now the book will be back from the printers, but I'm here, so I can't be there to hold it in my hand. The book is called Becoming a Composer, but in it, the very first chapter is about writing a work for cello and piano and working with the performers to make it better. So I wrote it, but in rehearsal, before we go to recording, we really see how we can improve things, the dynamics, with the phrasing, with the tempo, all these things. I feel so strongly that my life in music is a collaboration with all sorts of performers, and through working with them I learn so much about music.
Amazing. And you also have a TV series?
I do.
I understand.
Yes. I made a 3-part series. I want to say I made it. I'm co-presenting it with Mylene Klaas, and it's for Sky Arts Television, and 3 one-hour-long episodes about popular works of music. So we talk about Carmen, the Four Seasons, and the Hebrides Overture. But what is really brilliant is that we have performances that captured live, as well as talking to a wide variety of people. But this is a program is for everyone. It's not patronising in any way. And I genuinely learnt so much in making this program, because we had to take these works apart and think, why have they remained so popular?
Why are they so popular? So you talk to also audience members and the performers and all this.
Yes, performers and people who've. So, for example, we speak to a gardener about the Four Seasons, and we speak, all sorts of people.
Yeah. So, in that same vein, talking about composers and performers and why are they so popular, there are some composers that they hand over a piece and they sort of take their hands off the wheel and they say, okay, you do what you want with it. There are others that, even though they're maybe dead now, that you can tell they were very particular about what they wanted.
Yes.
How do you think about this, both working with performers or, putting your music out into the world? How do you think about this?
I feel it's so important for the composer to be 100% committed when they're writing that score, to really think about everything, every aspect of it. But to understand that the performer comes from their own lifetime and a tradition of performing, which means they can only add their expertise, and that I listen to them. But I feel if you've written a good piece of music, it should be almost obvious how it should go. But the work should be able to bear different interpretations. So I wrote a piece. My newest piece is a work for 2 violas, 2 fantastic viola players. Scott Dickinson and Andrew Berridge, and they both play in Scottish Symphony Orchestra. And I wrote a work for them, and it's quite detailed. But we had a rehearsal, and it's amazing, some tiny little things you think, they would say, what should be this, like that, should be like different ways of doing pizzicato. And then I think, oh yes, let me think about that. And we can't wait, that was a Zoom rehearsal, we can't wait to be together, so sometimes it's the tiny little things that you learn in a rehearsal. You think, then I'll go back, I'll put that into the score.
Yeah, and you can't possibly play all of the instruments to the level that people will eventually play them. So of course.
That's what I like about composing. It's as if you've got to imagine you can play these instruments. So it's really good to be around great performers and think, okay, and then. But I always try and write as if I can play. Of course I can't play. But the fact you don't play sometimes means you bring something new to the instrument.
Yeah.
But when I'm writing a piece of music, something really funny happens. Say if it's for orchestra, I'm writing. And then I know when I'm near the end, because I start to see individuals. I imagine people and I see them. It's a strange thing. And once I imagined this piece, this work, and I imagined the hall, But we didn't know where it's going to be performed. But I'd already imagined it. So when it's performed there, I said, yes, I imagined that. I dreamt it. But that to me is a sign that you're connecting with the performers. That's what that's about.
That's amazing. I love that so much. I don't think I can ask a better question that will come up with an answer that's better than that. So thank you again, Erlyn.
Thank you. It's been a delight talking.
It has been. Thank you so much. Good luck for the rest of the finals.
So exciting.
Coming up on Sunday. Very exciting. In case you forgot, the finals are coming up on October 15th at 4 o'clock in the Verkadefabriek in s-Hertogenbosch. We will see you there. I hope you've enjoyed this first half of the IVC laureate recital with soprano Sofia Burgos and pianist Daniel Gerzenberg. After the intermission, we will see mezzo-soprano Esther Valentin Figot and pianist Anastasia Grishutina. I have some insider information that they are practicing in the Statenzaal right this second, so we're going to see if we can grab a little chat with them. Come with me. Hi guys, sorry to interrupt.
No
Do you have a second to chat with me?
Yeah, sure.
All right, come on. Wonderful to see you guys.
Nice to see you too.
You are in the Statenzaal of the Noord-Brabants Museum for the first time, is that
Yes,
correct?
we are.
How do you like it? How's the acoustic? Are you excited for tonight?
We are very excited. I like it very much. It's very good to sing here, I think.
First, it's very beautiful.
Yeah. Very
and
very
blue. Yeah. And the wonderful new piano. I have never played Fazioli for a lead recital before, and it's a very nice instrument. Yeah. So I think Esther is also happy.
I'm happy.
Yeah.
What were you guys just working on? What was the piece we just heard?
It was wonderful piece, Weep You No More, Sad Fountains, by Roger Quilter on an anonymous text.
Okay.
Yeah, very sad music, but also very lot of hope there. Yeah.
And that's in y'all's program for tonight.
Yes.
So tell me a little bit about this program. What was your starting point? How did you decide what to include?
The starting point was actually at first we didn't have any idea what we
always
should,
a good place to start.
But then so that is interesting. The impulses can come from real life always. Yeah. And then we had a Zoom with a former director, with Ivan, a session about this concert. And he meant that he was very honest with us and said that it's a bit difficult to sell lead recitals, art song recitals in Holland, because it's kind of a difficult genre and maybe not many people are interested, and it's different from Germany because German culture lead is something different.
Sure.
Yeah, and so on like this, and we were just first thought no.
That's
and then we
disappointing.
thought disappointing, and but then we thought okay, challenge accepted. And we just do a very, very beautiful program with this provocative title, Who Needs This Silly Lieder, silly art song, in order to prove that somebody mightn't need that.
That somebody might need them, that's great.
Because most of the songs are, but these songs especially are all so about reality, about true feelings, about they are hundreds of years old, but we have the same feelings today.
Yeah.
So that's always what we say, there's no difference in the emotions. So
yeah, would you say in that sense that the genre is still, still very, very relevant?
Yeah. Yes, and it's also great to learn empathy. So when you know, when you try to understand all these stories and why people are sad or happy in these songs, you learn to be empathic. Yeah, so you learn to feel the same, and then why they feel like this, why they was thinking like this. And I think if there will be a little bit more empathy in this world, maybe the world will be a little bit better. That's just my
dream.
Maybe if more people listen to Liszt, there will be a little bit more empathy.
We have 6 languages, so it's very international to show that there's Lied everywhere in the world.
That everyone can enjoy it.
Yeah.
So what have you guys been up to since you were in the competition in 2019? You guys won 3 prizes, the press prize, the audience prize, and the junior jury prize. How did that how did you go further?
Yeah, well, actually it's hard to answer because there was Corona right after the competition. So we don't know what would have happened if there hadn't been Corona, but we had one concert in
Deventer.
Oh.
And this is the second one?
I don't know why.
In Holland, you mean?
In Holland.
Yeah, because of the IVC, in relation to the IVC, And radio interview?
Yeah, there was one, unfortunately I forgot the name, but there was one man in the jury from the Deutschlandfunk as a German radio.
For the press prize.
Yeah, and he kind of liked us and we had a little chat after the semifinals and he said that I will recommend it to my colleagues. And then indeed, one colleague of him did write us and asked to send our CD. And
so you guys work together more regularly now that COVID is thankfully
we
behind
did
us?
before and we did after.
Right, exactly.
Yeah, sure.
Exactly. And how long have you guys known each other?
For 7 years.
Since 2006.
7 years. And also 7 years a duo? No.
Yeah.
7 years a duo. Wow, you guys must have, sounds amazing. Such a great energy. I mean, it comes across on stage, so so that's awesome.
We'll see tonight. Do we still have energy?
Do we still have it? Have we still got it? You've participated in a couple competitions at IVC and the one previous to that.
Schubert Wettbewerb.
Yeah, actually, there were only 2 competitions. The Schubert
we
was
did
our
together.
first.
Yeah, we
did together.
did some.
Yeah.
With,
with
other people,
but
together.
Do you like competing in competitions? Is it?
Yeah, it's
difficult.
I think there are 2 phases of competitions. Yeah. I think it's very good to do competitions to learn a lot about repertoire. And because they always ask you to do things you wouldn't know. Wouldn't get to know. You would never do and would think, what? So in the other competition there were Pflichtstücke. I don't know. Lieder you had to do with soprano or mezzo-soprano. Right. And I would have never chosen those songs for mezzo-soprano, but I had to do them and now I love them. And I thought, it's perfect for mezzo-soprano, why not? So, you can learn a lot and but it's a lot of pressure and it's always unfair, to be true.
And
always, because it's always
it's
stress
so hard
and
to be objective. You can't.
Yeah,
it's not possible.
There's a jury of 7 people and they cannot all like the same person best, and they just try to do their best.
And everyone is doing the best. There's I don't know anyone in competitions who deliberately doing badly.
Now I'm sure you have to do very bad. No, that's but
that's like that. It's the world.
And now I was part of a jury myself last year or this year, and now I know it's very hard.
It's difficult.
Also very hard. Yeah.
It's very difficult. I mean, even just after the first day of the semifinals, I thought, I don't know how to do it.
I mean, there are always differences, and it's. I think the most important thing is to touch the people, especially a jury, and to, for example, I always looked at the jury. I looked them in the eye and I sang to them, and not just to the audience, because that's something I very like about this competition, that there's the audience. That's not always like this, that there are so many people and not just the jury. And you think,
that's incredibly confronting.
But that's cool. But I think it's always good to see the jury and show them, I see you, I'm singing for you, I'm doing everything I can to show you, so that they can be touched. I think that could be helpful.
Well, I wish you guys the best of luck for tonight. I'll let you get back to your rehearsal.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And we'll see you in just a second.
Yay!
Hello everyone, and welcome to the terrace of the penthouse of the Hotel Central, looking over the market square here in s-Hertogenbosch. I am lucky enough to be able to sit with pianist and jury member this year, Nino Gvatadze, who travels the world performing the most prestigious of halls, but says that Amsterdam charmed her at first sight. She is the co-founder and artistic director of the Naarden International Piano Festival and artistic director of the Delft Chamber Music Festival. We're thrilled that she will be lending us her expertise on the jury this year. Nino, welcome. Thank you for being here.
Thank you. It's so wonderful to be here in this beautiful and historic town and to listen to all the talents. It's always such a pleasure.
Absolutely. Have you been in s-Hertogenbosch before?
I've played here many times, yes.
Okay,
Yes.
okay. And how are you enjoying your stay as a jury member so
Yes,
far?
it's always so nice to meet new people and wonderful colleagues in the jury panel as well. So far so good.
So far so good. The audience have just seen you work with the first masterclass duo. You work almost, maybe not almost every day, but often with young musicians. Do you have a philosophy when you teach that you tend to bring more often to young musicians?
Well, I do work with young musicians often because I teach in Rotterdam as well. So, well, what is the philosophy? It's so personal because they are so different, and I think the most important thing is to find their personality and discover what they have to say and what they find important and what is their voice, how does it sound, and of course gives them some guidance and not to fall over the the barriers here and there, but most important is the storytelling and their own idea about the pieces, about music.
Is that difficult to do in such a short time frame of a masterclass? They're usually 30 minutes, maybe 40?
Of course, masterclass is very different than a usual lesson, because with lessons you build up and you get used to the person and you really find out what are the secrets, hidden secrets here and there that maybe are not yet developed. And masterclass is just so short, and you just try not to give bad advice as well, because you never know. With one word you can completely destroy, for example, like the structure of this person and the idea about yes, exactly. So this is more of a guidance and more exchanging the ideas, more advice than real lesson, I would say. So in this short time.
Do you still remember your time at different competitions? You have quite an impressive resume of competitions, the Franz Liszt, the Borletti Buitoni. What was your experience there? Did you have a feeling that you would win? Did you have no idea? What was your experience?
I admire, when I see now young people performing during the competitions, I really admire their courage, actually, because I really wouldn't imagine nowadays to be in their place. But of course, when we are young, we have so much energy and will to show ourselves and to be able to really develop as musicians. I remember that it took a lot of, like I said, courage, preparation, a lot of work and inspiration. But the most important is, while you play on the competition, to forget that it's a competition, which is very difficult to do naturally. But somehow we also, as jury members, those moments when we forget that we are in the jury and we just enjoy the performance, those are the most precious moments,
I think it helps very much that there's such an enthusiastic audience as well here in s-Hertogenbosch. You can have competitions where you're singing for an empty hall except for the 4 twinkling eyes in the back.
Exactly.
So that's very nice that we have that opportunity here in s-Hertogenbosch. Liszt, here at the 56th International Vocal Competition, LiedDuo, is such an intimate art form, and it's one that requires such commitment, I would say, not only from the performers but from the audience. How do you see this art form going forward in the future, in an ever-changing global landscape, much more fast things here and there, digitalization? Do you have any ideas about that?
I think Lied is has exactly a very good shape for today's reality, because the songs are short, of course. So everything is, nobody listens hardly ever on social media to a long performances. It's about short fragments. So Lied is a song, basically. It's a song with an accompaniment, or sometimes even you know, like almost chamber music making, right? And Lied has always been there through, I mean, since someone decided to sing, right? And someone decided to play, yes, with a singer. And I think it will always be there even if it's pop or if it's jazz or if it's rock. I mean, the basics, the voice and the instrument next to it, it's a basic of Lied. And I think it's so wonderful that we can also discover contemporary works in this competition and also listen to the contemporary work so that we see exactly where the Lied is going, which way it's taking. So I think the future of Lied is, I think, very, very bright because it's always been.
Right, exactly. The past tells the future in a way, in that sense. Yeah, exactly. I talked to Hans Eisackers yesterday and he was saying how there's this magic, right? We always talk about the magic in the theater. You talk about magical moments while recording. You have 7 albums, internationally acclaimed albums. This connection with the audience, the young singers, what would you say is your favorite part of your musical career? You have so many amazing things that you do.
Oh, that's...
Is it impossible to say?
It's really impossible to say, really hard, because with every project for me, when I work on something, that's the most important one. And I really dedicate myself completely to that work or to that project. And it's very hard for me just to pick one, because, you know, I enjoy playing the recitals, I enjoy making CDs, that's more personal maybe and more kind of demanding, and of course I enjoy the energy from the public. I enjoy playing with different people, with orchestra. So it's, for me, every project has its qualities and its magic, and I wouldn't be able. It's like for mother picking one child, you know, which one is your favorite? It's very difficult to say. Yeah.
Well, all right. Thank you so much, Nino. I really appreciate you taking the time to talk to me. Have lots of fun on the boat trip in this wind. I don't know how that's going to be.
Let's see.
I wish you the best of luck this week on the jury, and I hope you get to enjoy Den Bosch a bit as well. There's lots to do here.
Exactly.
Stay tuned for the masterclass of Sophie Koch coming up next, and don't miss the final events of this year's 56th International Vocal Competition LiedDuo. 2 nights, baritone Bo Scofis and pianist Stefan Vladar will be presenting the cycle of all cycles, Schubert's Winterreise. And immediately following here online, we'll have an interview with pianist Stefan Vladar himself. Tomorrow, October 15th at 4 o'clock is the finals of this year's competition. So set that event reminder right now so you definitely don't miss it, and we will see you tomorrow. We hope you're enjoying the masterclasses today of the 56th International Vocal Competition LiedDuo. Sophie Koch is an icon here at the IVC, having won first prize in 1994. And today she is on the jury. This week she's on the jury, and today I get to talk to her while we're in front of one of the most iconic buildings in all of s-Hertogenbosch, the St. John's Cathedral. Sophie, welcome back to s-Hertogenbosch.
Thank you.
Have you been back since the competition?
Not at all. I would say I'm discovering the town now.
Really? Why is that?
Because I was so focused on what I had to do, you know. I was in my family practicing and concentrating, and at this time, no, I could not really enjoy.
Your family was here with you when you competed to support?
I think my parents came, for the final.
Okay.
And I had no dress. So I remember an antique shop in which I had to buy a dress for the final.
Oh no!
A vintage dress for maybe 15 or 20 euros.
Oh my goodness.
Silk dress, fantastic, made for me. So thanks, s-Hertogenbosch, for that.
Serendipity. So you didn't expect to reach the finals, I'm assuming.
Yeah.
You didn't even have a dress. So I guess you were surprised when you won back in 1994. What is something that you wish you'd known back then that you've learned along the way of your very illustrious career?
What I wish I had known by the time.
Yes, back in 94.
No, nothing. No, because I took every moment for what it was, and I was a beginner. I was not even finished with my studies in Paris.
Wow.
I didn't expect anything. It was a big surprise.
since you have such an intimate relationship with the competition, is there something that you hope the participants get out of this specific competition, even the ones that don't advance to the finals?
You know, we never know who is going to make a career, so it doesn't mean that someone that there's no prize today or tomorrow will not make a career.
Exactly.
So it's difficult to foresee. You know?
Yeah. Is there something that they can take with them, maybe from your masterclass? Something that you really want to give
I
to them?
wish, but only one time it's not enough. But it's just. Right. Although I remember some masterclasses taking here and there some advice that really was marking to me for my whole life. So you never know. One phrase, one advice, and that you always remember all your life. Can happen.
Are you very careful with what you say in a masterclass then? Because it can go both ways, no? It can also be...
Yeah, you cannot really work on technique. You can show ways and you can point out things that should be worked out. But you cannot expect a tremendous evolution in 20 hours. You know, it's not possible.
Yeah. Is it weird to be on this side of the table, as it were, as a judge? Or do you enjoy that aspect as well?
I'm full of compassion. Because I remember these auditions, these competitions, and it's a very special situation. You're not really performing as you would in an opera production or in a recital. There is a jury, it's different, and I know how difficult it is.
Yeah. Well, from
Very
one
special.
singer to another who's competed in competitions, thank you for that, because it can always be so confronting. You think, oh my God, a jury, they're just judging me and all these things.
Yes, they are, but we wish them the best.
Absolutely.
To be able to give their best.
Right. So the IVC has a new director, as you well know, countertenor Andrew Watts. Had you ever worked with Andrew, actually?
No, never.
Never.
Because I think the repertoire was not really common.
Sure.
Yeah.
That makes sense. So as the competition moves forward in time with a new director and all those things, the art form itself has to move forward. Do you have any ideas about what Lied can mean for the future, what we can do to keep it alive?
This is a big
if
issue,
we
I
need
think.
to do something.
Yeah, this is an issue. This is difficult. It's like short stories. Yeah, they should be able to speak to anybody. But it's like culture in general. People have to be able to be curious, and especially young people, and not switch from one thing to another like that, you know, be able to concentrate a little bit and make an effort. It's always about making a little effort, and then it's really rewarding, but it requires a little an effort.
You, of course, speak one of the main languages of Lied, French, that is your mother tongue. Do you think that's a barrier, that people don't speak the language, or is it something that can actually make it richer?
It depends. There are people who don't speak at all languages with beautiful careers, and there are others who need to understand and to speak it. It's my case. That's why I didn't sing in so many different languages, because I had to understand it all, and even the structure of the language itself, not only phonetic. I'm totally unable. But it depends from one singer to another. So. And Americans are very good at that in languages. They're very good, very convincing.
Okay, sorry, very distracted by this bee in my face. Thank you so much for joining me today. I think that's all the questions we have. I wish you the best of luck tomorrow. Judging the finals, it's sure to be such a difficult decision. These duos are amazing, and every year it's just. They push the bar higher and higher. And you, don't forget to mark your calendars tomorrow for the finals of the 56th International Vocal Competition LiedDuo. Like I said, it's going to be amazing. We will see you tomorrow. Tot morgen. A cycle of epic proportions. Schubert's Winterreise is a colossal undertaking for any duo, but baritone Bo Scovus and pianist Stefan Vladar are no ordinary duo. We have the pleasure of having Stefan Vladar with us right now, and we're going to talk to him on our way to the Noord-Brabants Museum, where the Winterreise is taking place right now. Stefan, thank you so much for joining me. It's a pleasure.
My
How
pleasure.
are you enjoying s-Hertogenbosch?
Oh, I love it. It's a beautiful city.
Have you been here before?
Yeah, I've been here before, but I've never sort of really had the chance to dive into it and really
Sure.
get to see everything. It's great.
And now we just saw it from the waters.
From the water. It's absolutely unique in the world. I've never seen something like this.
Absolutely.
It's really beautiful.
So you are no stranger to competitions, to Liszt. I've just heard from Bo that you've been taking on Winterreise for a while together as
Yes.
a duo. You won the Austrian International Beethoven competition when you were 20?
And I was 19 actually.
You were 19?
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. I don't know what I was doing at 19, but I wasn't winning international competitions. Do you enjoy being on the other side of the table, so to speak?
Well, I must say I did not enjoy either side of the table. I mean, to be in a competition, I was 19. I didn't really have a chance to think what I'm actually doing there. I was just, somebody kicked my butt and then I jumped into this competition and I happened to get the first prize. And in juries, I don't know. I don't do juries too much because I think it's very, very difficult to decide who is better, who is worse. It's also not. There is no objectivity in judging musical in judging music. But on the other hand, it's very interesting just to hear young people and to see what they're doing and to help them then in the end to kick off their careers. That's what competitions are about, in a way. So I can't say what I enjoy more, and it's different sides of the same medal.
But it kicked off your career for sure, no?
It did, of course. I mean, it did in the sense that nobody knew my name the day before the competition, and after the competition, many people knew my name.
So
at that time, it was a big thing. It was on TV, and it was huge.
So you had no feeling for that you would win at the time.
No. I entered the competition only because it was in Vienna, and it didn't include any traveling because I thought that I'm too young. I have anyway no chance. So.
It was just a weekend thing.
Yeah.
So we've just seen a snippet of your Winterreise with Bo Skovis. What about this cycle and maybe Schubert's in general do you think makes it almost the epitome of this Liszt art form?
Well, Winterreise is a very unique cycle because it is a real cycle, although it's just a bunch of songs, but they really tell one story. And the way Schubert handles the material and the way Schubert handles the poems is absolutely unique. And what we do is we try not to have him, I mean the imaginary person, not have him give up already in the first song. I mean, there has to be a fight before he loses, sort of, in the end. And this is a big journey also. When we did it now many times, but when we started working on it, this was our aim to keep the story moving and keep the story going, which is, of course, what it should be. But it's very difficult because they're so also very, very different in style and in the mood. These songs.
Is it? I mean, it's such an iconic cycle, such iconic pieces. Is it? Nerve-wracking to take on something that big, something that, almost everyone, a lot of people have done?
Not really. I mean, it would be if we wouldn't have thought that we could add something to it, which in a way wasn't there yet. But I mean, we had a lot of respect for it, but we were not anxious.
Okay. Yeah.
So.
Yeah, absolutely. You have done so much in your career. It's really amazing. Are there things that you're still looking forward to, projects that have been on your bucket list that you haven't, that you really want to do?
Well, the thing is with my life, my bucket list changed all the time because I never, followed just one path. I was always trying to take all the chances I got, and now I did it 4 years ago, that I switched totally from, being also conducting pianist, but I became now an opera director, and I'm music director of an opera house. That's a completely new thing. So I could throw away my bucket list from the year before. So I'm not making bucket lists, but I'm working from project to project and from idea to idea, and try to do the best I can, and that's how I lead my life in a way.
What was the catalyst and maybe sort of the last thing that made you say yes? Okay, now I'm going to do this new thing.
I was asked to do it. It was it fell from the sky, and then I had to decide: will I do it, or should I go for it or not? And I always try to, I have this reflex to say no to new things, but then I always try to overcome it and then say, come on, boy, risk, try, do it.
And you enjoy it?
And I totally enjoy it, yeah.
Wonderful. Well, that's, opera's great as well. Yeah. Well, so it'll be a bit in the past, but you had, of course, you as a pianist and you as a conductor and you as a conducting pianist, as you said. Did you prefer that to having a separate conductor as well, or was it just more stress, or was it artistically more fulfilling?
Well, in those pieces where I could actually do both, I enjoyed doing both and not having to compromise with someone else. So in the Beethoven concertos, the Mozart concertos, and so on, this I prefer doing on my own. Although from time to time another input from somebody else is also helpful here and there. But now, of course, I'm doing big opera stuff, so this is so.
Do you have a favorite opera that you've been able to do?
We just finished a new production of Yevgeny Onegin, which is one of my favorite pieces. But it's always one of my favorite pieces.
When you're in it, it's always,
we did last year. I did Lohengrin, Le Nozze di Figaro, Fledermaus, and Salome and Onegin. So, and every piece was new for me, and everything was wow. And now I'm learning Electra, which comes now in January, and then La Bohème in April. So
it's a blessing and a curse. We have to fall in love over and over and over again.
And there's actually no time to think which is my favorite, because there's time to think which is the next. So that's what I'm doing.
Sure. Well, this has been lovely, Stefan. Thank you so much
for
taking a little walk through s-Hertogenbosch with me. Toi 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 for the rest of the week. Even though the public will have already seen it, I'm looking forward to Winterreise on Saturday.
Thank you.
The 56th International Vocal Competition LiedDuo is in its final days. But it's not over yet. Tomorrow, October 15th at 4 o'clock in the Verkadefabriek here in s-Hertogenbosch is the finals of this year's competition. Possibly the most exciting day of the entire week. The duos, the 4 finalist duos, have been polishing, refining, getting their final programs just that much better so that they may be the winners of this year's competition. Don't forget to set that reminder right here on YouTube. It's going to be a fabulous day of music, and you don't want to miss it. We'll see you tomorrow at 4 o'clock.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to results time. It's my great honor to thank once more our jury for their difficult decisions that have been made this evening. But I wanted to start by saying one thing, which I think is really important to remember. Everyone has a difference of opinion. Everyone has a thought. Everyone has a right to that opinion. And as I've said dozens of times this week, the artists we have had in our semi-finals and in our finals are winners. Full stop. There is nothing about that. And it makes me even more excited and proud of the IVC and of Ivan's and Annette's legacy, that I feel competent enough to carry on the baton, and the IVC will be fine. So thank you. So does anybody want to know the results? So we have quite a few prizes here. So I am going to start with the engagement prize, Vrienden van het Lied, the Friends of the Art Song in the Netherlands. This prize is for there's our artists, our finalists. So as I was saying before, I was rudely interrupted by some very talented people. It's not about them. No, it is. The first prize is engagements through the Friends of Art Song in the Netherlands, which gives 4 concerts in the Netherlands for 2024. And these go to soprano Eleanor Hu and Amy Chang. We now move on to an engagement prize with the International Lied Festival in Zeist. And the winners are Giacomo Schmidt and Yong-Soo Woo. We move to the Junior Jury Prize. I have a little note from the jury which I'd like to share with you. We chose this panel, or we chose this duo, because we really enjoyed a well-thought-out program in which you took us all to your different worlds. With both of your stage presences, you captivated everyone's attention. We loved the beautiful and broad color palette and all the musical and poetic nuances. The connection between your duo felt very stable and made us feel very much at ease, and they say thank you. And the winner of the Junior Jury Prize goes to Annabelle Kennedy and Anna Manastimio. The Press Prize. I also have a little thing to say from the press. This duo presented a very interesting program. The playing was attentive, supple, and precise. She proved herself to be as supportive to the singer and the composer, yet displayed a clear personal decision and vision of the score. The true singer here, the voice is strong and even in all registers and is warm and inviting. They sing with candor, generosity, and wit. They are especially strong in the bridge and the boulanger. They are balanced as a duo and fascinating to behold. The press prize goes to Annabelle Kennedy and Anna Manister-Moore. The audience prize. I have nothing to say. You had nothing to say apart from the winners of the audience prize are Giacomo Schmidt and Yong-Sun Woo. We now move on to the Pianist prize of the evening. The winner of the Rudolf Jansson Prize for piano accompaniment in the 56th edition of the IVC LiedDuo competition is Mark Vaza. We next turn to the Friends of the IVC Prize. It's my great honor to introduce a national Dutch treasure. Ladies and gentlemen, Annette Andriessen.
Thank you. I feel as if we were on holy ground again. I love the IVC and I'm very honored to give this prize of the Friends. The prize of the Friends is €2,000 and it's for a young and promising duo, which is not very difficult to find here. Hans, Jos, Margriet and I, we thought, give the prize to a real duo. The pianist carried and supported the singer and the other way around. They really communicated with us and tried to make connection. They reached the so-called flow, which enables us to touch us in the soul. The repertoire, they sing the Kern repertoire, like Schubert, Fauré, and Wolf, was very nice, and they succeeded to sing very interesting modern repertoire, and they did it in a way that the public must be convinced that we are longing for new music. And they did both very well. Well, now the duo, of course. The duo from us is Vinicius Costa da Silva and Pierre Nicolas Colomba.
Thank you, Annette. We now move on to the Van Amswoord Prize, the best performance piece given of a female composer. This prize goes to it's tension building. This prize goes to Marie Medovsky and Jonseb John. We now turn to almost the last prize, but this is the prize for the performance of Veronese's Green. An extraordinary work. Bach and Mart, where are you? Are you still here? Thank you. Thank you very much. It's so rare that you have a work that is so immediately you're able to join in with the music. You understand the text, you understand the words. Even as a non-Dutch speaker for now, even the version in Dutch works so beautifully. So thank you so much, and we look forward to the third of the songs. So, the Van Zwinsdijk Prize for the best performance of Veronese's Green go to Giacomo Schmidt and John Sung Woo. Ladies and gentlemen, this is never plain sailing when it gets to this part of the evening. We have wrestled with many thoughts over a jury table, and we have had to take into consideration performances from the semi-finals as well as the finals. And the decision is that we will not be awarding a first prize. We will be awarding 2 second prizes to the duos that we feel have equipped themselves well from both rounds. So, without further ado, the first duo in the second prize category, the Statues Fund, is Daria Brusova and Mark Vaza. The second duo in second place is Marie Maidovsky and Yongseb John. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. It only remains for me to say thank you for your jury. I think conversations will be going on all night. It's been the most exciting week. I am honored to be standing here and can't wait for the next one, which happens next year. Thank you all very much. Please give a big round of applause to our jury and to our participants. Thank you.
The results are in, and I'm pretty sure nobody expected that. It has been a very exciting competition year. And everyone should be extremely proud of their performances tonight and in the semifinals. It's been a pleasure to host you this week, and I hope you'll join us next year for the IVC Opera Oratorio in its 57th edition of the International Vocal Competition here in s-Hertogenbosch. If you'd like to see more of the competition, please consider supporting us as a friend of the competition, Vrienden van de IVC. We can use your support now more than ever. We can use your support now more than ever. Please show the world that Liszt and the classical arts matter. It's set to be an amazing competition next year. I hope we'll see you next year for the 57th Opera Oratorio edition of the IVC. Make sure that you're following us on Instagram so that you don't miss any of the classical arts. It's not entirely clear for everyone that they didn't stand up right in the middle. We will see you next year. Thank you so much for joining us. Have a wonderful evening. Doei!